Hey everyone, welcome back to another stream. Today we're going to be playing through Doom 64, specifically I think it's 2019 Nightdive Remaster edition. And we'll be playing it on PC. It is available on just about every modern console, but we are playing it via the PC version on Steam. So, pretty basic stuff here. It's Doom 64. Some of you love it, some of you hate it. I'm kind of lukewarm on it, always have been, forever will be. But I did play through it over the last week on my own. And so I'm relatively familiar with the game again, so we're going to go ahead and do a live stream playthrough of it. I previously did a playthrough of this game as a two-part Let's Play series. Oh my god, it's been like 7 or 8 years or something like that. Via the Doom 64 EX conversion, which was also a PC port of Doom 64. I think actually made by one of the same guys that worked on the Nightdive remaster. And so this is very similar to that. For those of you guys that haven't played any of these modern conversions of Doom 64, they are very faithful to the original game, even right down to the options menu and how you change your configuration and things like that. So if you're used to the 64 game but haven't played the remaster, then, it's basically the same thing, just better frame rate, higher resolution, stuff like that. So, but before we start, I see Jason Scott's out there. I see Freddy. Welcome back, Freddy. And I see Talus Barrows. Welcome back, Talus. Good to see you, man, on a live stream. And I see Dustin Mini is back as well. So, welcome everyone to the stream. Let's get my display capture going here, and then we will load up Doom 64. All right, there it is. Got my Steam library up here, and let's go ahead and play. I predict this should be should probably take us a few hours to go through this. I don't think it's going to take us all night. Doom 64 does have something like 25 levels. It's not like a full 30 or 32 like a Doom 2 WOD. It does have hidden levels, but we're not going to be playing the hidden stages. I just don't really like them that much. And now that will make the final boss a little bit more difficult. Actually, a lot more difficult. But I've got a strategy for the final boss, so I think we should be fine in the end. So we'll just take it level by level and just go through the game, just kind of hang out and chat with each other, and yeah. But I'll go ahead and let the introduction here play out. It's always pretty cool. Even back in the day when this came out on N64, this was pretty awesome. Does kind of make you wish this had multiplayer, though. With all those Doom guys running around. Yeah, when this game came out, it was actually a really good-looking game for the time. Environmentally speaking, anyway. The enemies themselves, I never was a big fan of them. The enemy redesigns, but just the architecture and stuff and the texture work in this game was actually really solid for 1997. And so much so that I think the game visually, it still holds up quite well. It's still a pretty cool looking game. So yeah, this, just like the 64 game, goes right into a demo. And let's go ahead and just hit escape. Let's just jump right into it. So again, you've got options. I'll go ahead and show off some of the options real quick if you guys haven't seen it. But it's a lot like the original 64 game with how the options are set up. You can use a mouse on it, thankfully. For those of you guys wondering, I actually run a 1600p monitor. So it's 16 by 10. It's not 16 by 9. So I've got the sides of the capture cropped a little bit. You'll see black bars on the sides of the screen. But I'm running it at 1600p. Does support Vulkan, which is nice. And sound options, you got input options, you can change your controls, blah 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 blah. And it does have password saving still. You can still, I think, type passwords in. But let's go ahead and do a new game. I've never actually looked at the Bethesda.net stuff on this game, so I'm not really sure what it offers, and same with the news functionality. But I actually unlocked the lost levels. No way, I didn't realize I unlocked those. Interesting. Okay, maybe they come... I thought you had to unlock them, but I guess maybe not. Or maybe if you do unlock them, maybe it happens after you beat the game once. So, alright, we're going to do the highest difficulty. It's really not that difficult, in my opinion. So, let me make sure my sensitivity is all good. I forgot if I play... Yeah, I think this is probably fine. Alright, cool. Alright, Doom 64, guys. Got a Berserk pack right there. It's kind of interesting that Berserk packs are white in this game. It always confuses me a little bit. Now, there is a secret level you can access from the first level. From what I understand, you have to hit all the barrels in the level, and there's a couple of hidden ones. Like I said, we're not going to do that. I'm not going to be focusing on any of the secret maps. The first secret map in particular, I just find to be absolutely awful. One of the worst maps in the game. So, it's a big no thanks to that one for me personally. Alright. So we got ourselves the shotgun already. Shotgun's a pretty good weapon in this game. It's nice and accurate. Same with the super shotgun. The double-barreled. Double-barrel shotgun. We won't get that for a little while, though. I'm going to come over here, hit this switch. That'll give us a chainsaw, I do believe. Yep, there we go. I'm going to switch back to my shotgun. Now, the audio that you're hearing is very moody, very dreary, and, you know, that's basically the soundtrack for the entire game. The entire game is very moody. Can kind of wear a little thin after a while. I do personally prefer energetic music in my Doom games, or just music, period, in my Doom games. So Doom 64 is kind of an interesting one with regards to its soundtrack. I'm going to go ahead and use my chainsaw. And the other thing about this game is that it is, the movement, if you play classic Doom on PC, Doom or Doom 2, you know, via a source port or something like that, and then you come straight to Doom 64, it feels completely different. I mean, still basic Doom gameplay, but it's got a different feel to it that's really hard to articulate. Alright, getting close to the end of this level. Armor bonuses will give you 2 armor bonus points. The health bonuses will give you 2 health bonus points, which is actually nice. I'm glad they did that in Doom 64. That was a modification that id would do with some of their ports of Doom, where the console versions would give you 2 points, whereas the original PC version was just 1 point for armor and health bonuses. Your chainsaw is actually a lot better in this game than it is in classic Doom. Hey, Carlos. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Alright, level 1 down. Jason says the original N64 version of this game is really dark to him when he last played it. Yeah, the 64 version could actually be, it could actually be too dark on certain displays. I actually found it, like, impossible to play on certain televisions. Even with the brightness cranked all the way up, I could still barely see the game. It was kind of crazy. So, this one, you can adjust the brightness. I mean, you can adjust the brightness in the original version, too, but you can make this one a lot brighter than the old 64 game. Alright, we're going to get ourselves a chain gun right here. But I'm not going to use it. The chain gun is a little irritating, to be honest. I do use it throughout the game, but it causes this major screen shake, and it's just extremely, like, unpleasant to use. Like, the screen just constantly bobs up and down, and I don't know if you can turn that off. Oops, I did not mean to do that. So I'd much rather just use the shotgun. So this requires a blue key, which I don't have yet. And I'm not going to go out there just yet. Blue key is going to be in this room. Go ahead and flip the switch. It teleports around. And then these 4 doors open. There's a lot of puzzle elements in this game. And there's some gotcha trap moments where you flip the wrong switch, you'll get crushed. And that is basically what this room is. So you want to hit the switch that does not have those side panels. And then it'll lower the blue key. Now that we've got the blue key, we can go to our blue room. Doom 64 has Monolith's blood syndrome, where most levels want you to find, like, every key. So this level, they want us to find the red key down here. I'm pretty sure it's down here. Yep, there it is. And again, there's so many traps in this game. There are, you know, some traps in the original Doom. Original classic Doom. Hey, Barone, thank you for that.
My friend.
Perfect timing. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. But yeah, classic Doom does have traps and stuff, but not that many. It's, you know, the level design in classic Doom is just really awesome and really flowy. It just flows really well. Doom 64 has got a lot of like stop and go stuff, and it's got a lot of crushers. It's got a lot of endless pits and yada yada yada. You can hit that for a secret. Get ourselves a soul sphere, but the red key opens up this door. And this was actually really cool back in the day. This thing goes up and kind of smashes into the ground. Not so cool these days, but, you know, at the time it was really neat. Especially for you know, a Doom engine game. Alright, that should be it. This staircase always looked really cool back in the day too, because the original Doom 64 was so dark. All you could really see was just like the scrolling red textures. It was pretty sweet looking. Barone says this is interesting for a playthrough once in a long while. It will never have the replay value of the classic ones, but he does like the atmosphere it has. Yeah, I don't mind going through this once in a blue moon, but it's definitely not like you know, Ultimate Doom or Doom 2 for me, where I can just play them like any day of the week. But yeah, it is nice going back to this every now and then, and you know, because it is still a Doom game. It's not my favorite Doom game, but you know, the core elements are here with the combat and stuff like that. Flip that switch, go back, get the yellow key. Again, like, this game really wants us to get every key. That's one of my big gripes with the game. It's like, just because you have 3 keys doesn't mean you should make the player get them in every single level. And I mentioned Blood Syndrome earlier, and Blood's actually even worse because there's 6 keys in that game, and there's so many levels that make you get all 6 keys. It's ridiculous. But even this game's 3 keys just feels like a little much sometimes. Like, it's kind of arbitrary. And with all the locked doors, you know, the gameplay is less flowy. You know, there are more doors that are kind of arbitrarily blocking your progression and ability to kind of go through the level how you want. Alright, so we get ourselves the super shotgun. I'm going to use the regular shotgun for a little while longer. Just because it kills basically these enemies in one hit if you get your aim just right. Alright, now we just gotta wait. There's a lot of waiting in this game. And invulnerability right there. Yeah, Freddy, I will say the Pain Elemental in this game actually looks really creepy. A lot of the enemies, I'm not really a big fan of the redesigns, but the Pain Elemental is a cool redesign. Like, it looks legitimately, like, scary in this game. But also on this highest difficulty, it's actually a scary enemy to fight, too, because it fires out 2 Lost Souls now. And the Lost Souls do a ton of damage to you now, and they're much faster. So, and the other thing the Pain Elementals do in this one is they explode when they die. So you can't be near a Pain Elemental, otherwise you'll get blown up with it. It's, yeah, so they're actually very scary enemies in this game on, you know, multiple levels. Or in multiple ways. Yellow keys up here. Hey, MD Mister, welcome back. We've also got the Nightmare Imps that shoot the purple fireballs. Early today? Yeah, I don't know. I guess it is a little early for me. Yeah, I wanted to start early because, I didn't want to be at this till like 11 p.m. at night. I wanted to try to have it knocked out by maybe around 8 p.m. And then I want to maybe go run some errands while it's still a little early. Yeah, so what we have here is a couple switches. Again, some slight puzzle elements here. Doom 64 really likes its puzzle elements. And again, it also really likes its keys. Hey, big dog, welcome back. You want to know what my thoughts are on the Nintendo Switch 2? I mean, it looks like another Switch. I don't really need this, but I'll take it. I should have also given a strobe warning. I mean, the Switch 2, it looks good. You know, it's an evolution of the first Switch, and the hardware is a lot nicer, and I don't personally do much handheld gaming, so, you know, its fancy new screen doesn't really mean a whole lot for me, my personal use. I don't like the rise in prices. I don't really understand that. You know, I don't have any sympathy for a company like Nintendo that's making hand over fist in money. Nintendo's doing the best they've ever done, really. So to raise the prices is just kind of, I don't know, it seems kind of greedy to me. It's like you guys are already making a crap ton of money. Why are you raising the prices even further? It's just, it's okay to make a little less of a lot of money still. I don't know. It's just, these companies beholden the shareholders and then just infinite growth is just disgusting to me. And so it's not very consumer friendly either. Price of the console is a major disappointment, you know, $450 minimum. That seems pretty ridiculous to me. For something that's been in development, theoretically, for so long, I don't know. People are going to blame things like tariffs and yada yada yada, I don't know. But, maybe with it being so expensive, you'll be able to get one. Unlike the first Switch, when that first came out, like, you couldn't get one anywhere for like a month or two at least, or you're stuck buying bundle deals from places like GameStop. I think that's actually how I got my first Switch. It was like a forced bundle at GameStop. But at the time, I really wanted one. I really liked what the Switch was doing. And as good of a system as it has been, the Switch is my least used modern game console, like, of all time. I think I've gone through 5 or 6 of them by this point, and they always end up collecting dust, and then they always end up getting traded back in. So I don't even know if I'm going to get a Switch 2. Alright, quick save. This level is quite tricky. Lots of different places to go, lots of different switches to hit and doors to open and blah blah blah. Yeah, it's actually kind of funny playing this on PC and just ripping right through it. Because I remember back in the day on N64, I would really struggle with a lot of these levels on the highest difficulty. Probably due to the analog stick and not having, you know, the greatest fine-tuned control. Now, one thing I think could be interesting with this game, I've never tried it before, but it is, trying to pistol start every map. I don't know how you're supposed to be able to do that. I guess you could theoretically type in a password to each level, and I guess it would start you with just the pistol. Classic Doom levels are all designed to be beaten with a pistol start, so if you die in Classic Doom, you know, you restart the level and you, all you have is your pistol. You basically start fresh. But the levels are all designed to be beaten with just that pistol start. Which is why, like, in that previous room, you saw there was a chainsaw. Well, it's like, I already have a chainsaw. But really, that chainsaw is there for if your pistol's starting. You know, that could definitely make the game a little more interesting. Alright, let's see. Have these... Okay, yeah. Yellow keys available. With a Hell Knight. Alright, those bars are still there. Alright, you flip the switch. Not a Nintendo Switch. We can hit that. We can hit that. Hit that. I don't know which one does what. Maybe it was just that one. Alright. Now those bars should be down. If I can find my room. There it is. Alright, and just door after door after door after door. Exciting level design, guys. So exciting. Thanks, Hell Knight. Hey, Office. We're doomed! We are. We're playing Doom 64. We're very much doomed. Doomed to a miserable existence. Yeah, so you guys are talking about prices of games and how, yeah, you know, it sucks Nintendo's raising the prices on their new Switch games. But going back to the 90s, games were also still $70 and yada yada yada. And, you know, with the Nintendo 64, it made more sense because those cartridges were not cheap at all to manufacture. The ROMs, the cost of ROM chips were really expensive for that platform. So, and then Nintendo also, when you were a third party, Nintendo would also charge a lot of money per cartridge to manufacture them. So third parties kind of got screwed, and you know, a lot of their games were even more expensive. Like, I remember when Turok 1 came out, I want to say it was like 80 bucks or something like that, maybe even 90. It was crazy. But nowadays, you know, you don't really have that excuse. especially when, you know, the majority of your sales come from just digital downloads. And yeah, some games also do take a lot more resources to make these days. Not all, but a lot of them. A lot of the big budget games do. There's a lot of factors, but a big reason for the cost on N64 was the physical factor. PlayStation games weren't $60, $70, $80. They were all 50 tops, and a lot of them were actually cheaper than that. You know, disc-based media was significantly cheaper than Nintendo's cartridge media. And the physical Switch carts, I can't imagine they really cost much to manufacture. They're super tiny. There's very little actually in them. So yeah, it just kind of comes up as very unfortunate, in my opinion, that they're doing that with the upcoming generation. I mean, it's actually technically already been happening for a while. I mean, even some PS5 and Xbox Series X games are, you know, they've jumped up to $70, I think. So it's not just a Nintendo thing. It kind of sucks that Nintendo is following suit, though. When they could try to be the good guys and stand their ground with prices, but no, they want to follow what the competition's doing, which is unfortunate. Let's see, do I have my rocket launcher? I do. I have lots of rockets. Definitely want to be using the rockets. Alright, I think that's pretty much it. I don't have any shells, but that's okay. Oops, keep hitting the wrong key. And I hit caps by accident. Turned my auto run off. Office says it's definitely an acquired taste. Alright, quick save. Alright, so we're gonna go this way. We can't really go the other way just yet. And there's a little secret up here. More shells. Got ourselves a backpack. That extends our maximum ammo capacity. Also, if you've never played Doom 64, I hope you like Hell Knights and Barons, because there are a lot of them in this game. There are no Revenants. They weren't able to get those in there back in the day, unfortunately. And there's a Baron. Baron's basically just a beefier Hell Knight. It just takes more hits. Same damn thing, though. And that is a Megasphere. Basically gives us both max health and armor at the same time. More Hell Knights. Alright, so we've got our yellow key. Oh wow, Hell Knights and Barons can fight each other without any sort of barrel trick. That is actually very interesting. Yeah, that Baron just hit the Hell Knight, and the Hell Knight just turned around and started whacking on him, or wailing on him. In classic PC Doom, that doesn't work. You have to use an explosive barrel, which will somehow trigger the infighting between those two enemy types. But not in Doom 64, apparently. Barone says in Doom 64, the infighting is set on a per-map basis. So, like, some enemies can fight on some maps, but not others? That's extremely weird. We actually have a Pain Elemental, I think, in that other room. Yep, there's the Pain Elemental. Definite nightmare fuel. I'm gonna go ahead and quick save just in case. Just run forward, flip the switch. And that opened our blue key door. I have no idea how to access this door, which has some mega armor, which admittedly would be nice to have. Look at that, 3 Barons. Why? Just why? It's this stupid game. It's not hard, it's just boring. That's it. That's all it is. Hey Mike, welcome to the stream. Alright, entering research lab. This is a fairly complicated level. We do get the plasma gun here, though. The chain gun feels pretty weak in this game compared to even the original Doom. It does look pretty cool, though. Flip the switch. And this was one cool feature, is it kind of like Duke 3D, you could, you know, monitor some cameras. Pretty neat for 1997. And the reason I'm saying this feels weak is like these hit scan enemies, it's taken longer to kill them with the chain gun than it would have in the original PC Dooms. But it does seem to be ripping through the Hell Knights pretty decently. Let's see. I hit a switch that I think lowered that column. I kind of want to... I don't know... I don't know which one it was. Maybe... No. Alright, screw it. It doesn't really matter that much. Alright, right on, Mike. Well, thanks for popping in, saying hello. I appreciate that. Oh, jeez. Of course the wall comes down. Okay, never mind. I can't get that now. So many doors in this level. An unbelievable amount of doors. We have a door for you, and a door for you, and a door for you. Everyone gets a door. That takes us here. Alright, key number 2 of 3. Alright, got some cells for our plasma gun that we should get in a few minutes. And I can't go there just yet. We got ourselves a radiation shield. It's no longer a suit. Doom 64 also really likes its somewhat symmetrical level design. where if you go down a long corridor and you find a switch at the end of it, there's a good chance there's going to be another corridor on the other side that is very similar that also has a switch at the end of it. Yeah, when it comes to people making Doom maps, symmetry is one of my least favorite things, because it just makes levels extra repetitious. It makes them uninteresting. Now I have to be careful here because I can fall down and die, so I should probably quick save, just in case. And now we work our way back through Door Central. That's right, I already did that. Feels like all those doors are just completely unnecessary. Oh man. Alright, there's our plasma gun. I don't know how to get those either, but there is ammo in there. That is one thing I can give this game credit for, is it does have a lot of secrets. I mean, it's probably got more secrets than actual original classic Dooms do. Hey, Stexor. Yeah, I'm trying to knock out these games that I don't really enjoy playing that much. So I finished this 2 days ago on my own time, and then I was like, you know what? I'm definitely doing a YouTube stream this week. That way, I don't have to play it again for another 10 years. You can tell I absolutely adore this game. Yeah, and then after this, I probably won't have a stream for a little while because I don't have anything else like I'm well practiced at right now. I might kind of go back to focusing on some Let's Plays, or I don't know. Speaking of which, for channel backers, I did just post another Let's Play yesterday or the day before. So go check your channel memberships tab, or go to Patreon if you're over there. You can watch it early. And then I have a third one that's already uploaded as well, and I'll probably post that to channel backers next week or the week after. So I'm going to be doing Doom 3 next then, so I don't ever have to do it again. I don't know if I'm ready for another run of Doom 3. Although, I do want to try the BFG edition on PC, because I've only ever gone through the original vanilla Doom 3. So I'd like to try... I know BFG's supposedly not as good, but I mean, it's Doom 3. I don't think it really matters that much. It's just one of those things where it's like I want to be able to say I've beaten like every version of Doom on my channel. Speaking of which, I need to go and finish Doom 2 on Game Boy Advance. It's been a bucket list item for a long time. But I am getting a little doomed out. I have done a lot of Doom stuff on the channel recently, and I still need to do Doom CD 32X Fusion. Like a proper full playthrough of that. I keep putting that off. But I would like to try to space out the Doom. So after Doom 64, I don't know. We'll see. I also want to get back to Doom Eternal's second DLC. Not many people watched the first DLC last week, but again, it's one of those things where it's part of my quest to have every Doom game covered on my channel. Yeah, I don't do mods though, Stexor. I want to show off the games as they lie. So yes, I'm well aware that modded Doom 3 is better, but that's not the point. And I have played modded Doom 3. Yeah, it does make things a lot better. You know, better shotgun accuracy for one, you know, permanent flashlights, stuff like that, yada yada yada. I'm familiar with all of it. Alright, so we can hit that, which lowers this. It's a little weird. Again, puzzle element. Baron of Hell. And you know, Hell has a lot of barons. It's starting to make me think that position in Hell's just not all that special. There's like thousands of barons. Maybe tens of thousands. There could be millions for all we know. They just ain't that special. See, like there's another 5. They're all, or 4, they're just trying to, you know, fight for Satan's approval, I guess. I don't know. Stupid barons. Oh, yes, Dexor, you are right. Doom 3 on Xbox. I do want to cover that, for sure. I'm going to save because yeah, falling off is a real risk here. Yeah, the original Xbox version of Doom 3 is pretty good. The gateway to the demon's domain was too accessible. Only blocked by 13,000 doors. You've successfully made it through the doors. And made it to hell. Alright, so this is, I think, called even simpler. It's like dead simple, but I'd say it's a little more challenging. And Mancubus isn't really that much different from Doom 2, thankfully. There's a weapon we get partway through the game called the Unmaker. And it can be upgraded throughout the game. You get to the secret levels, and I think you find these things like demon keys or something. Yeah, and you end up upgrading the Unmaker and it becomes stupidly powerful. We're not going to be doing that. We're just going to be, you know, like I said, playing through the game normally. Not going for all those secrets. And invulnerabilities. Good time to use rockets. Going to assume there are paint elementals in here, and yep. Oh, that's weird. I grabbed rocket ammo. Oh, okay, there we go. Alright, I gotta get out of there. Invulnerability, it'll start blinking, and then it wears off. And it doesn't blink for long. And this is something else Doom 64 likes to do a lot, is tiles that trigger traps. Stexor asks, was Doom 64 even popular when it came out? Yeah, I think it sold pretty well. A lot of people played it, a lot of people had it. I mean, it's about as popular as you could be, limited to a single platform. You know, Nintendo 64. Yeah, and it's still, I think, a fan favorite today. I'm not one of those fans. But it's a popular game. It was popular back in the day. You know, it wasn't like GoldenEye popular, but it's still, you know, a lot of people played it. That should be it. Yep. Jason says he's always wondered what I think about the GTA games. I don't really think anything about them, because I've never really... You know, I messed around with the first and second game back in the day, and they're very different from parts 3 and on. But I never messed around with part 3 or Vice City or anything like that, so I don't really have any words for it, for that series. So from this point forward, it's basically, you know, the levels start to look a little more gothic, a little more hell-like, which is nice. Creepy. Definitely a pleasant sight. Doom 64, a family-friendly game. Yeah, the thing about the super shoddy in this game is you don't have to be right up in the enemy's faces. It's got some pretty good accuracy. And you can still get a lot of 2-for-1 deals with it. Vince says that Doom 64 was reasonably well received when it came out. The main thing that it was criticized for was being passé in its use of 2D sprites at a time when games like Quake were available. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I do remember that. I mean, even to me at the time, it felt a little weird that it was still doing 2D sprites. But, I mean, it's a Doom game. It was really for the better. They wouldn't have been able to have this kind of action if they went, like, all polygons. You know, like, right now, we've got, like, 15 enemies that are trying to chase me down. And in something like Quake, you only ever have 3 or 4 enemies, tops, on screen. I mean, maybe a couple more, especially when she gets some of those flying scrags. But, yeah. I got the yellow key. And we actually get the BFG, which I will most likely not use very much. It's just not really all that necessary. That was good. Can't complain. The levels that actually have stuff happening like this they're the most fun, in my opinion. Like actually having, you know, hordes of enemies to shoot, not just a single Baron in a tiny hallway. Like that's what I'm talking about. Oh, I should have grabbed that first. Oops. Stuxor says that GTA 5 is his least favorite. Any particular reason? Why? Is it the realism? Is it it taking itself too seriously? I'm just kind of curious. Why is this game not a favorite of mine? I mean, just look at it. Well, I don't know why I even need to explain it at this point. It's boring. That's the ultimate issue I have with Doom 64, is it's just boring. The soundtrack is just droning groans. There's no real music in the game. The combat doesn't feel as solid, doesn't feel as satisfying as, Doom and Doom 2's combat. Like the way the shotgun works, the way the chain gun works, the way the super shoddy works. Even the rocket launcher feels despite it, I think, actually being more powerful in this, it doesn't feel that great to use. You know, it's a lot of stuff like that, but also the level design just doesn't really do much for me. A lot of the levels are very repetitious. You know, like this right here. It's, you know, it's that symmetrical nature I was talking about, and I can't actually zoom the map in and out, or if you can, I don't know the actual keys to do it. Plus and minus don't work like they would in PC Doom. So, I mean, it's a lot of reasons, Stexor. It's not that I dislike the game, it's just not a favorite, you know. A lot of people put this up on a pedestal. I don't understand it at all, really. But I am also very aware that maybe I'm just not I'm not the market for this game. I like, you know, rooms with hordes of enemies, and you get a lot of that with classic Doom. Even right there in episode 1. And this game doesn't feel as mechanically satisfying as the original PC games. And then it's just, you know, the aesthetic choices. Not a fan of the new enemy designs, for the most part. But yeah, I mean, I hope I was able to communicate that okay to you, Stexor. But I don't know, I just... just look at the game. Why would it be a favorite? It would be a better question, I would think. Like, look at this guy. He looks so derpy, man. Like, and they actually looked even worse on a CRT back in the day. You know, because this game was like 320 by 240 or something. So they looked even muddier and blurrier back in the day. But yeah, I mean, I think the game is fine. I get why some people really like it, but to me, this game kind of comes off as... devs probably being fans of Doom, but not really understanding why Doom was as good as it was back in the day. So we get a game that looks like Doom, it kind of feels like Doom, it, you know, obviously plays a little like Doom, but, like, it's like they weren't able to really grasp, like, the essence of the game's soul, like, if it had one, if it makes any sense. Yeah, Stexor, I mean, playing the remastered version is definitely the way to go. Especially on PC, where you've got keyboard and mouse. But the funny thing about playing it with keyboard and mouse is that it does make the game a lot easier. And, it also, in a way, like, makes the game's dull points even more dull, because you're just, like, ripping and tearing through everything without any resistance. Because you're no longer just relegated to the N64's analog stick. Okay, let's not use that. Let's switch over to our plasma. Oh, I can't. I mean, just like, look at this. So many, like, right-angle turns and stuff like that. It's just, a lot of the levels just lack a personality, you know? And that's definitely a big bummer to me. I remember, id Software, one of their, mantras when they were creating Doom was, if if it could be done, if what you made could be replicated in Wolfenstein 3D's engine, then you gotta scrap it. Like, all this, like, right-angle stuff, that's Wolfenstein 3D kind of design. Like, there's very little, like, curvature in this game. It's like, if id Software was creating this game, they would have thrown all this stuff out, you know? Like, it's just interesting to think about. id Software didn't develop this. This was Midway. They licensed it out to Midway, and Midway created it. And the guys that, you know, created this, obviously, had different design philosophies from, you know, id. So... there was a little cubby up there. I actually don't really know how to get that either. I tried getting to it the other day, and I just couldn't hop over. Also, I think there's like a secret over here somewhere that opens up. I think it just came down? Yeah, okay. Sexor says there's many different reasons for me liking GTA 5 the least. He doesn't like the story as much, doesn't like the shooting mechanics at all, and the missions are too easy most of the time. Yeah, it's built for a modern audience, right? It's too easy most of the time. That sounds like a modern game. Which makes me appreciate Doom Eternal and it actually being quite challenging. I'll take that. Ooh. But yeah, you know, gunplay mechanics in a game like that I think would be pretty important, and if it's not satisfying in that way, then yeah, that's a bummer. That would definitely make me not enjoy it as much. Sexor says, in all fairness, he's never actually beaten GTA 5, so yeah. Maybe it would get better the farther in you get. Terror Core. More like Terror Corners. There were a lot of, like, corners in that level. You can see I'm not really struggling with this. We got it on the highest difficulty. It's, a lot of times you're only fighting, like, one or two enemies at a time. And in cases of levels like this, you can kind of snipe some of these enemies from a distance. That's actually just good practice. The last two levels at least did have quite a few things to shoot, which was nice. You know, rooms with a bunch of enemies. But like this right here, it's just, oh, here's a cacodemon. There's a pinky, there's an imp. It's just, it's pretty basic standard stuff. And we got a Baron. Yay! That Baron sounded so sad when he roared at me. Like, even he's sad to be in this game. Save me! Stexor says bad shooting mechanics and walking mechanics were par for the course in Rockstar games. The difference was in others, he could get used to those mechanics, whereas in GTA 5, he couldn't. Okay, interesting. I've actually had the audio in my headphones very quiet. I'm not really hearing the quote-unquote music very much. It's honestly kind of nice, because I do find the soundtrack, for me personally, it kind of gets a little exhausting after a while. Now I realize that, and I made this observation when I was playing this on Twitch, is that most people that play games like this, they're not sitting down and doing the entire thing in one sitting, like I am. And so, you know, when people, you know, tell me about how this is like their favorite game and blah, 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 and I'm like, okay, you know, I kind of get it. You know, you're probably going to play a handful of levels at a time. You're not going to spend an entire afternoon at it, like I am. And, so for me, like, all this audio can, like, really kind of drone on and get tiresome. Alright, what am I oh. That's what I was missing. Now I could probably go up here. Yep, there we go. WordNest says Max Payne 3 has good shooter mechanics. Yeah, I guess I wouldn't consider that a Rockstar game. I mean, Max Payne 3, I guess, technically is. It was made by Rockstar, right? Because Remedy made parts 1 and 2. And all Rockstar was doing was just, like, trying to make more of the same. You know, Max Payne 3 has similar gameplay as, you know, the first couple games, I believe. But, yeah. Vince says this game's dreary tone can wear on you over time. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I get why people like the moodiness, but, like, again, it wears on you after a while. With, not just classic Doom, but other first-person shooters with, like, actual real music, like, that kind of keeps me glued to the screen longer without getting worn out. Like, without getting physically exhausted. Actually, speaking of Remedy, I want to play through some of their games that I haven't played through yet. I'd love to play through Max Payne 1 and 2 again, actually. I haven't played through those since, like, 2009 or something crazy like that. I really enjoyed both of them. I wouldn't mind putting time into Part 3. I only played the beginning of it a long time ago. And then I want to play Control. Which I actually have installed right now. This is where we get our Unmaker. And your character goes, what the F is this? And the Unmaker, it doesn't use a lot of ammo, but it is pretty powerful even in its basic state like this. That's it. And again, you can get that weapon upgraded. It'll, you know, in its basic state, it's just like one little laser. But when it's upgraded, I think it turns into like 3 or 4 or maybe even more lasers. And it gets just mega powerful. And there are, as much as I can kind of crap on this game, like I can crap on Doom 3, like there are some really cool aspects to it, like visually speaking, like this star that they've created. That's really cool. It's especially cool on, the original N64 hardware. More barons. Just can't escape them. I'm trying to remember where to go. Maybe up here? No. I need to get that yellow key, and I don't remember how to get it. Oh, there we go. Alright, back through here. This should take us to our exit. Not without a Hell Knight or 3. Yes, Doom 64 is filled with stuff like this too. It's like, oh, there's the exit. Nope, fooled you. Here's another Hell Knight. Ooh, scary, man. It's just arbitrary, man. And then the gates, it opens back up. Ugh. Oh, okay. Entering Dark Citadel. Alright. This one has some, I think, trap triggers, or projectile triggers. Alright, gonna get some arachnotrons eventually. Arachnotrons are a little more dangerous in this game as opposed to Doom 2 because they fire 2 projectiles now, so it's harder to avoid their projectiles. There they go. Those are hard to see on the N64 one, so like you'll feel like you're just getting hit out of nowhere. Alright, red key. Yeah, there's a lot of other things I could definitely nitpick about this game. Like, I was just thinking about it right there. Running around using my super shotgun. It's like there's very little animation on the gun itself. Like, its reloading animation is almost non-existent. I'm going to assume it ended up being like that because of cart space limitations, perhaps? Like in Doom 2, you know, you see the shotgun like flip around and, you know his hands put shells back in it, and it's, you know, it's more interesting. And in this, like, a lot of the guns don't really have any sort of like specialized animation. It's all very kind of flat. And we strafe left, and we strafe right, and we strafe left, and we strafe right, and we keep doing that all day long. Is anyone out there looking forward to Doom the Dark Ages? Digital Foundry posted a video on it yesterday. They got to play a demo of it, and it's looking pretty sweet. I will definitely be looking to stream that here. I'm gonna come in here and hit this switch. So all these columns are basically projectile traps. So, and they can help kill the Barons. Yeah, what's really cool about the Dark Ages, from what I'm seeing, is they are taking the gameplay back in more of a classic Doom sort of direction, where it's focused on lots of enemies on screen and projectile dodging. Alright, I'm going to quick save it here because this part can be a little bit of a pain. You want to go straight to the middle and basically just get screwed. Oh yeah. Not a favorite room of mine. Well, that was kind of a waste. I was expecting a lot more enemies. Alright, so I think these corner columns may have come down. Yep, looks like it. And the library. This is a pretty repetitive section. Office says, I'm like many others who would have preferred a new Quake, but I'll take what I can get. Yeah, I'm not against a new Quake. I mean, you know, I'm Quake 1 and Quake 3 in particular are some of my all-time favorite games. And they mean a lot to me. But I don't know how they would approach a new Quake. It's like, would they make it more like Doom 2016? Would they try to change it up? Would they go Gothic Industrial? Or would they, you know, do more Quake 2 and Strogg kind of stuff? Which the Quake 2, man, I never really resonated with Quake 2's theme of, you know, mutilated humans formed into these creatures called the Strogg, and it's just, I don't know. I prefer, you know, classic Doom or Quake, where it's either all hellish or it is, like, Lovecraftian, spooky. So at one point in time, I definitely was hoping they would revisit Quake in the Doom 2016 style, but now I'm not so sure. Like, yeah, I'm really just not sure how they would do it. More barons. You know, in this alternate reality, maybe Baron burgers are a thing. Every Baron I kill, I drag back to the slaughterhouse, and we make burgers out of them. Maybe Baron meat actually tastes really, really good. I wonder what Caco meat tastes like. Oh, the Cacos in this game look kind of disgusting. I don't even think I'd want to try Caco meat. Alright, finally got our red key. Now we can loop back around. Well, not really, I guess the door's right there. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of these guys up top. They look kind of stuck. They look very stuck. That is kind of awkward. Back to my rocket launcher. I think we're gonna have more Barons and Hell Knights. Just two, apparently. Oh, three. And one more Baron just for good measure. Another one bites the dust. Eye of the Storm. A little bit of infighting. Office says Doom 64's enemy roster is 40% Hell Knights, 50% Barons, and 10% for everything else. It's basically what it feels like at this point. Like later on in the game when they start reintroducing pinkies, like it feels so good. It's like, thank you. They're giving me something else to shoot at. Same with the zombie soldiers. They kind of disappear for a while, and then they start reintroducing them again, and it's like, oh, the game's starting to feel fun again. Use that crazy-ass screen shake I was talking about. First-person vibrator, yeah. I don't know why, but I'm suddenly reminded of Taco Bell. Maybe I'll have Taco Bell for dinner after I'm done with this stream. I don't know. Could go for a chicken quesadilla. Alright, blue key on blue switch. Got a Mancubus. Mancubuses are a little weird in this game. Like, sometimes I feel like my shots just go straight through them. Yeah, paint elementals are definitely the worst enemies in this game. They actually make things legitimately difficult. Running out of shells. Okay, this is not cool. Jeez, man. Hey. I think I've got some rockets. That's about all I've got. Alright, so that it hasn't opened up yet. BFG up there. Good to know. Alright, this popped up. Ugh. I think I'm starting to get worn out playing this game. I'm gonna go back and try to find some health. These hit scanners are not treating me very nice. One thing I do like about the Lost Souls, though, is that you can kill them with just a single shotgun blast. And so the double barrel is actually really good against big groups of them. Alright, there we go. Yeah, that map is a little bit of a chore. Alright, if this is the one I'm thinking of, this map has the closest things that, or the closest we get to there being a Revenant in this game. And it's these homing rockets. Okay, what am I stuck on? Alright, we've got some arachnotrons inside there. This is super tedious. You just have to do it again. It's so stupid, man. I hate it so much. Ugh. Last time I played this, I just got this on my first try. Yeah, you're right, Stexor. It is Doom 64. You're not missing out on much. Nope. I thought I heard it right in front of me. Alright, now this is at the point where I just want to use a cheat code to get my stupid key. Nope, effed up again. It was at the very far end, apparently. But I think it's just random every time you do it. I don't think there's a set pattern to this. Yeah, it's not really like assignment says kind of thing, Stexor. You just have to flip the right switch where the soul sphere appears. But it just seems completely random. See? It like last time it was on the corner. Whoever came up with this section needs a good kick in the balls. Yay! It only took me like 7 times, maybe more. Probably. Oh, Jesus Christ. God, what a chore. Ugh. Definitely saving after that. Yeah, Stexor. Yeah, imagine having to do that all over again after you die. Yeah, because Doom 64 on N64 doesn't have any mid-level saving. Yeah, if you die, you've got to do the entire stage over again. It's a frustrating experience, to say the least. I got really mad at this game back in the day. You know, trying to complete it on the highest difficulty with, you know, having to redo levels completely from scratch. Very frustrating. Yeah, there are a couple of gotcha moments in this game too, where you can just die instantly if you don't have certain sections completely memorized perfectly. Yeah, Stexor, a bunch of versions of Hexen did have mid-level saving, but it would take up like an entire memory card. I know Hexen on the N64, I think it would require like an entire memory card dedicated to saving if you wanted to do mid-level saves. But it was nice that it had that functionality at least. Sega Saturn version, I think, was the same way, where it would take up like a gigantic amount of your internal storage. That's weird. I'm gonna go ahead and use the Unmaker. No, I'm gonna use my rocket launcher. Rockets are better against these guys. Whoa, 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 where did you come from? What map are we on? Level 15. We're a pretty good chunk of the way through the game. And we're getting to a point where we're going to start seeing some cyber demons. Bloodkeep. There's our first key. And it is a red one. Not really a whole lot to talk about during these levels. It's just kind of like... yeah, it's just kind of knowing where to go. That's it. Not all that interesting. So I hope you guys out there in Chatland are doing alright. Hopefully enjoying some gameplay. That is a lot of cacodemons. How much longer will it take for me to beat this game? Probably an hour to an hour and a half, I'd say. You know, we have like 8 or 9 more levels, I think. Some of them are actually fairly short. A couple are pretty long, but others are fairly reasonably paced. Hey, Crestline, welcome back. And the Lost Souls are so damn fast in this, on this difficulty at least. There's sort of like an acid swamp type of area we're gonna find ourselves in. So it's a good time to quick save. Now, I want to say if you fall off these platforms, you're just dead. I don't think there's any way to get back up. I remember having a hard time with this on the actual 64. Yeah, the recoil feels so weird too. It's like you get pushed back ever so slightly. And actually, I think it's just a visual effect. I can't... No, I am definitely getting pushed back. That's scary, firing like that on platforms like that. That's, yeah, not cool. Crestline, no, I'm not doing any secret maps or anything, so no, we're not doing that. Now, there are the Lost levels, but I've never actually played the Lost levels, so I'm not going to cover that tonight. And I think the Lost levels, it's only like a handful of maps. I don't think it's a lot of maps. This game's got a thing for libraries and books. And Barons and Hell Knights. Maybe the Barons and Hell Knights just like to read in their spare time when they're not, you know, murdering humans. Okay, where do I go now? Already been in here. That's acid swampy area. That was blue key area. This looks about right. Jesus, man. Oh my god, they're doing so much damage to me. I just lost like 100 health. Ugh. Should probably quick save again for moments like that. Alright, so for this part right here, you have to stay on this middle platform. It's so dumb. Yeah, if you go down below, you die. And that screwed me a couple times on the N64 version, and I never wanted to play the game ever again. Of course, I would eventually play it again, because I'm an idiot. But, yeah, it's very frustrating. Doom 64 has some gotcha moments like that. Which, if you were playing on the actual cartridge back in the day, no mid-level saving, you're doing that entire level over again. Good times. Alright, so this is actually where we fight our cyber demon. Quite a few pain elementals as well. It's definitely a level where it's good to know the secrets, but I'm just gonna kind of brute force my way through. Yeah, it's like everything is hitting me all of a sudden. And the way the screen goes red in this game, it does feel like it hurts when you get hit. These lost souls are unbelievably annoying. But the Unmaker helps a little bit. But wait, there's more. Call us in the next 10 minutes and we'll throw in a healthy dose of Barons and Hell Knights. And pain elementals. Alright, let's go back. I don't think this is going to do anything. I don't think there's any health left behind. Yeah, I grabbed the Berserk, which I shouldn't have done. I should have saved that. I found a secret area. That should... shit. I was gonna say, that should be it. And we can go back out, fight some enemies, and then 2 cyber demons appear. Should probably use my chain gun and quick save. There's our Barons and Hell Knights. Or just Hell Knights. Are you not entertained? Not really. I mean, actually, like, the amount of enemies right here is nice. It's a nice change of pace. I could do without the Arachnotrons, though. They don't like me. I don't like them. One of the most interesting things about the cyber demons in this game is the fact that they shoot downwards towards the ground. There they are. Yeah, so it's actually harder to dodge their projectiles now because, you know, you can still get hit by splash damage on the ground. Oh! Or just, you know, just run into it directly. That's fine, too. Look at this Crestline guy. He actually knows the level names. Like, I'm supposed to know what the hell they mean. It's funny when I run into Doom 64 fans, I could just rattle off, like, all the level names, and I'm just like, I don't know, every level's the same to me. I don't think I really even have any favorite levels in this game. It just all blends together. And again, I'm not always like a favorites kind of guy either. You guys know how I am. Yeah, one thing I will say about the cybers in this, though, is they are really slow. Ooh, that hurt. And that hurt even more. Ah, this sucks. Yeah, what sucks about this level is, like, you have to fight the cybers at the end. So if you were playing on N64, like, you'd have to go through that whole level before you could even do this part, and it's just, this is the part you're most likely to die at. Are they stuck? down here. He just walked by. Man, they are not wanting to target me. I think they're bored. Have to play a little bit like it's Wolfenstein 3D. You know what? I don't remember fighting two of these guys on the 64 one, but it's been a long time since I've actually beaten that cartridge version. Man, could one of you guys die already, please? This is taking entirely too long. Finally, there's one. There's two. Oh my god, that took way too long. Okay. Office says he doesn't know level names in any game he plays. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. I don't usually remember level names. Like, a few exceptions in classic Doom, because I've been playing that game for so long now, but yeah, Doom 64, I don't really know any of the level names. So there are actually, this is an illusory wall behind these cacodemons. I'm trying to shoot into these windows. Oh, there we go. I didn't know I could actually walk into it. That's nice. Alright, that's a yellow door. Two for one deal. 3 for one deal. And more Barons and Hell Knights. Soon. Oh, I heard some. do I lower those bars? Probably something like this. That's right, red door. Are you serious? Ugh, this stupid game, man. I'm getting so annoyed with this game. It's so tedious. What did I say? This is so tedious. 3 Barons of Hell. God damn. Oh, why am I torturing myself? That's gotta be it. All that just to lower some bars. Like, come on, man. Can't you just, like, put the key out there in the open? It's okay to not block the player at all times. Here I'm complaining about a game that is nearing 30 years old at this point. You know, that is one interesting thing about retro gaming, though, is a lot of these old games, they still have the power to break me. Even if... Oh my god. Even if they are really old. These traps are so annoying. Alright, this is a fairly busy room. I should probably use the Unmaker for this. We got some pain elementals. You know, whenever it feels like it. Oh, it's right there. God. 3 Barons. Running out of rockets, too. It's about the only way to kill them quickly. Alright, red door. It was in one of these areas. The library from hell. Oh yeah, that's right. There's like an outside area. I always forget about that. Mega armor. I like that the Unmaker is jibbing zombie soldiers. Stexer says you should see Austin's Doom 3 stream. He can't contain his excitement for the entire playthrough. Yeah, I was not enjoying Doom 3 when I was playing it on stream. That was a long time ago. Yeah, I was definitely not a fan. And we talked about it on our last, it was, I think, the Doom Eternal stream, the Ancient Gods Part 1, where we all started to bash Doom 3. I didn't intend the conversation to go down that route, but someone had to be that guy and be like, oh, Doom 3 is like my favorite. That's a controversial opinion. I'm like, oh god, here we go. Then we ended up bashing Doom 3 for like the next hour. I felt kind of bad. But ultimately, Doom 3 is just, when you're trying to stream it in one sitting, it's just entirely too long. That's, you know, the game's fine, you know? I even like it at points, but it's like, when I'm sitting down to stream it, I'm trying to beat the game in one sitting, it's just, it's exhausting. And there's a lot of arbitrary mechanics in it that just slow down the entire experience, which is a real bummer. Like your stamina bar. Yeah, every time your stamina bar runs out, you have to wait for it to charge back up before you can run again. And it's like, it's just arbitrarily slowing down your movement, basically. Alright, there we go. Having the radiation suit would have been nice, but I forgot how to get into this area. There we go. See, I got all 3 keys again, probably for the 15th time. I mean, it really feels like every level I'm having to get all 3 keys, and that's one of the other just annoying things about this. It's like, just because you have keys doesn't mean, like, you need to use them in designing your maps. You know, not every level of Classic Doom required keys, or all 3. Now, there were some levels where the keys were just completely optional. I need a key. All 6 of them. I do want to play some Blood again, though. I haven't played that in quite a while. I did install the nightdive version of it on this PC, so I'll have to fire it up sometime soon. Probably won't do a YouTube stream of it, because I know Blood itself is a super exhausting game. It's very long. I think my live stream of it was like 11 hours. It was insane. Or maybe it was 9 hours. I don't remember, but it was a lot of hours. Yeah, I actually like that they ended this with pain elementals, because, like, you don't see them that often. If they did Barons and Hell Knights again, I would have, like, rolled my eyes, you know. Mixing it up like this, it's good. It's good to mix things up. Hey, Joe, welcome back. Alright, this level is, it's mostly just straight combat. Did I check out any Dark Ages previews? Yeah, Digital Foundry posted a video yesterday talking about the tech and, you know, their first impressions with it. So yeah, it's looking, you know, really fun. I'm looking forward to it. I've already got it, you know. A friend of mine here on Twitch gifted it to me. So I already have it paid in full, I just need to wait for it to release. So yeah, really stoked for it. It looks fun. You know, I've been having a really good time with Doom Eternal again, since I haven't played it much since it first released. But it is cool that the Dark Ages is going in a different direction in terms of gameplay. Like, Dark Ages is more, like, slow projectiles and stuff like that. Kind of like, you know, traditional Doom is, and I think that's pretty neat. Having a modern FPS that is more about the projectiles and less about the hit scan enemies. Alright, see you, Stexor. Have a good night, man. Press Scientist, speaking of Nightdive, I wonder what they're going to be working on next. And yeah, me too. I'm kind of curious what their next remaster is going to be. Another one down. Entering breakdown. Assuming you haven't broken down already. Alright, so this level, it's kind of weird. We have to shoot some switches. So I'm going to switch over to my regular shotgun. Let's get rid of these guys first. Yeah, right there. Last time I played this, I was running around in circles. I'm like, what the hell am I supposed to do? There might be another one too. Let's see. Yeah. There it is. What's actually interesting about this game, however, is the fact that you can actually, like, walk over gaps. Like, there's multiple floors. Like, that's not a feature in the original Doom engine. So that's pretty cool. Something I don't think a lot of people notice. Yeah, Joe, I actually mentioned that earlier tonight. I was like, man, Super Shotgun's reload animation is not very interesting. And it's like, I'm not really looking at it when I'm playing, but when I decide to focus on it intentionally, it weirds me out. But it's how a lot of weapons are in this game. Just like the reload animations are like not there for the most part. So, like, the weapons lack personality in this game. I guess they lack, like, an identity. Got a blue key. Baron looks like he's about to give me a high five. Like, hey, man! Imagine drinking all these potions. Doom guy would be throwing up after like the 5th one. Burrow says, I hate the look of these new pinkies. Yeah, they're probably... I have to say, they're probably the goofiest new enemy redesign, or enemy redesign. And even when they were advertising this in magazines back in the day, I was like, you gotta be kidding me, that's what the pinkies look like? It's definitely one of those things where I kind of wish they just, oh god, not this section, this is so tedious. I kind of wish they would, you know, they just use the original PC Doom sprites. Or maybe they tried that as placeholders and decided it just didn't look right. I don't know. Get some cells. Cells are good. Yeah, Baron, you're right. Everything in this does have less animation frames compared to classic Doom. That would have been one thing that could have been nice if Nightdive somehow had like the original source scans from these models and were able to like inject more frames of animation into the animation cycles. That would have been really cool. I don't think there were any like crazy enhancements like that they did for this. But that definitely would have improved the game, I think, a lot. Okay, yeah, I've got all my keys, so I can go back to the yellow door, wherever that was. Not there. Oops, I'm just going backwards. I feel like our music gave up on us. Like, even the music is bored of the game. Oh no, it's just starting over, I think. Must kill everything. What time do we have? I've been streaming for 3 hours. It's probably a quarter after 8. It's not too bad. think we're actually getting close to the end. So I think I'll be able to get my Taco Bell afterwards. Hopefully payday happened as well, and then I can run my errands and just get a bunch of stuff like that done early. Pay some bills, buy some groceries, do adult things. And then not have to do it tomorrow. So you can actually fall down. There is a couple of radiation shields. There's also teleporters. So it's not too bad if you fall down in this level. Did I play many FPSs on N64 back in the day? Yeah, I've played actually most of them. Now, I haven't completed many of them, though. You know, my favorites back in the day were Doom 64, Hexen, and Quake 64. I did play Perfect Dark, I played GoldenEye, I played Turok 1, 2, and a little bit of Part 3. I loved Turok Rage Wars, I played that a lot, actually. I only rented, I think, Duke 3D. I wasn't really a big fan of that one. I already had the Saturn version, so it's like Saturn 1 had music, and I don't know, it just felt right. I played South Park. That's a goofy-ass game. I think that's most of the FP. Oh god, I played Daikatana. I actually bought that. When it came out, it was only like 20 bucks, so I said screw it, and god, that was so bad. Play a little bit of Quake 2. I didn't really like Quake 2 on N64. I still don't. I don't think it's very good. Trying to think of what other FPSs I played on the system. I think that's almost all of them, actually, and I've, you know, dabbled with most, if not all of them. I want to go back and finish Turok 1 and 2, but I want to do that on PC with the nightdive versions. Ow. Yes, Crestline, I did say Quake 64. Yeah. Quake 64, it really isn't that great of an experience, but, you know, I was a massive fan of PC Quake, so it's one of those ones I kind of just forced myself through on console. Quake 64 is a little bit like this, same kind of soundtrack, which just gets dull and repetitious after a while. And then you're playing on Nightmare, it's actually very, very challenging. And, you know, if you make a mistake and you die, you gotta do, just like Doom 64, you gotta do the whole level over again. And some of those levels get pretty long, especially when you're just using the N64 analog. You know, you're not as accurate. You're not as precise and on point. So many barons. It's actually making me want to play Hell Revealed. Sin City had mentioned that earlier tonight, and that's a kind of an infamous early Doom 2 Megawad that has a notorious amount of barons in it that you're just super shotgunning. I mean, I kind of do want to try that again. I haven't played through Hell Revealed in probably about 8 or 9 years on YouTube. I think that was one of the earlier Megawads I played through on my YouTube channel. You know, this wouldn't be so bad if these guys were just Hell Knights, but it's just Barons. It's just Baron and Baron, Baron, Baron. Baron, Baron, Baron. All it does is it just slows you down. It's it's the same enemy, it's just more health, that's it. It just slows you down. Ugh. Alright, I still need a red key. Trying to think if I have to go back out to the main area for that. I might. Yeah, they're just giving me some powers for free. I like that. Sin City says, Hell Revealed turned from a legendary WAD to a meme because of all those barons. Yeah. And it's like, it's not even like most of the game. It's just like one of those like late game levels. It's just barons, 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 barons. And I need to go back through it. I need to play it again. I haven't done that in so long. Or maybe what I'll do is just skim through my playthrough of it on YouTube and try to refigure out where all the barons start appearing. Basically the point where the WAD goes downhill. Barone says, people who created these maps have about 0.01% of American McGee's IQ. Yeah, I think they definitely needed some of the original id guys helping out with, you know, pushing the game and or pushing the maps in a different direction, a better direction. Alright, now we can go back. I think that column should come down now. Taco Bell, Taco Bell. I want my Taco Bell quesadilla. It's junk food, but I love it. Feeling junky tonight. Thanks, Doom 64. I love that it's like, oh, you found a secret, and it's like 3 rockets. Thanks, I guess. That's my reward for using ingenuity. I don't know. Joe's mentioning the Switch 2 game prices. Yeah, we had a whole conversation of that in like the first hour of the stream. I think a lot of us are pretty disappointed with that. Yeah, and the price of the console too is just crazy to me. Like, I can't believe that it's gonna basically be $450 to $500. Like, that's insane. And the original Switch never got a single price drop over the course of its entire generation. You know, 8 years. 8 years, not a single price drop. It's crazy, man. Huh. I am, I don't know if I'm gonna get, you know, experience FOMO with the Switch 2. I do have a lot of Switch 1 digital purchases. It would be nice to, like, retrieve those. And on hardware that's more powerful, you know, games might load faster and stuff like that. But every time I have a Switch, I never play it. Or I'll play it for like a week or two, and then it just... a year later, I forget I even have it. It's kind of not... it's kind of a bad problem. It's like, if I buy a Switch 2 for $450, it's like, am I gonna run into the same issue where it just collects dust? Like, I don't know. I already had... one of my issues with the Switch has always been, like, I already had a Wii U, and I loved it. And a lot of Nintendo's first-party releases that they relied on last generation, I had already played on the Wii U. And I also haven't really been in the mood for Nintendo-style games, I guess. Like, I did get Mario Odyssey. It was fun, but I got to, like, the third hub world. No, it was only the second hub world, actually. Because the first hub world's the desert. I did that, and then I got to, like, the forest. And I had worked my way partway through that, and I was like, alright, I'll come back to it later. And I never did. I think I traded it in and put it towards something else I wanted. It's like, I don't know. I got so many games to play, it's insane, like... And one thing I'm having fun with right now is catching up on, like, my PC library, now that I have, you know, kind of like a top-end computer again. Or close, you know, it's a mid to upper range PC at this point in time, so, you know, I'm trying to do a lot of PC gaming. That's really fun and satisfying to me right now. Alright, when you grab this backpack, the ceiling falls on you, so you gotta be careful. Just like that. Yeah, and they're raising the prices is just annoying to me. Like, I don't know. Like, Nintendo's already in perfectly fine financial shape. Like, it would be nice if they were just gonna play the good guys and try to keep prices where they are. But no, they're... There's a couple things that are really annoying me about Nintendo right now is they're not really playing the good guy anymore, even though, you know, they're still family friendly and whatever. Like one of the, like, they're just getting rid of certain things that are consumer friendly and nice little programs that are just good, you know, for regular customers. Like, just recently they got rid of their gold coins. Whenever you would buy a digital game, you'd get a percentage of that sale back as gold coins, and basically you could just redeem them to get discounts on your future purchases. And you could stash them up, and it wasn't insignificant. It was they helped out a lot. Or one thing I would do is, like, I'd buy a couple of expensive games and then get enough gold coins to where, like, I'd have a few bucks in my account, and then I'd just go buy, like, a couple $1 indie games. And we've run into some really interesting, weird games that way, and it's cool. But no, they're discontinuing that. It's like, it's not even hurting them. Like, you know, so when you look at stuff like that, getting rid of the gold coins and then raising the prices of their games, it's like, they're just kind of feel like getting selfish at this point. The gold coin program was really nice. Everybody likes it. It's like, and it incentivized people to buy more. Like, I would buy more games just because I knew I was going to get gold coins. And then the other cool thing was you could take your physical card within a certain period of time after you opened it. You could register it as well and also get gold coins from that. Alright, this part right here is kind of bullshit. It's total bullshit. I don't know how I'm supposed to avoid this. But you have to do that. Oh. Well, okay, that helps, actually. That helps a lot. But yeah, not a fan of, you know, the direction Nintendo's kind of going in right now. I guess that's it. Just sit right there. You gotta sit just perfectly. You know, in a way, I almost kind of want to see Nintendo, like, start to fail again, like they were during the Wii U era. Because, like, during the Wii U era, they felt like they were doing a lot of good stuff for their loyal fan base back then. And now that they're back on the top of the world, it's like, you know, they're kind of taking it for granted. You know, Nintendo was like, you know, they would give out free games, like full retail games with their, like, their Nintendo Rewards program back in the day. Club Nintendo, stuff like that. And now they're just, like, super stingy when it comes to that stuff. So they're like, ah, no, we don't need to do giveaways anymore. We're not desperate now. People are just giving us money anyway, so we'll tighten our asses as much as we possibly can, and until people start to complain or stop buying our stuff. But they're not going to stop buying our stuff, so who cares? And it's just a bummer, you know, because I've seen Nintendo, you know, I'm been around Nintendo for 40 years now. Like, they have been around, like, my entire life and some, as far as, you know, the video game industry is concerned. And they've, you know, gone through different generations and phases where they're more budget conscious, or conscious. Other generations where they're not, and it's with the Switch era, it feels like they're kind of getting out of that budget consciousness that they used to have. Like, remember the Player's Choice releases, you know, for Super Nintendo, N64, GameCube, you know, then they did Nintendo Selects for the Wii. I think that might have carried into the Wii U with some titles, I don't remember. Yeah, actually, I think they did do some Nintendo Selects in the Wii U. But they haven't really done any of that with the Switch. All their first-party games are still full freaking price 7 years later. Like Breath of the Wild is still, I think, $60 or $70. Actually, I think it's 60. The game is 7 years old and it's still that full price. It's crazy. Okay, I do actually need to come back down here. This level design just confuses me. And it's even more confusing when I'm going on a tangent about a company like Nintendo. I'm still of the mindset that Nintendo is still probably the best developer in the world. Like, they are, like, you know, top tier when it comes to game design and not making stuff that sucks. But it just saddens me to see kind of like where their focus is lying in terms of costs and pricing for consumers and stuff like that. It's just depressing, you know? Like, it's like, yeah, I get it. You make really good stuff. You know what you're doing. I appreciate that, but, you know, toss some customers a bone once every now and then. Make them feel like, you know, they're valued. But you start taking away programs like the gold coins and you start jacking up prices even though you're on top of the world. It's just very frustrating to me to witness that. It's like, man, at this rate, are they going to start copyright claiming YouTube content again like they did during the Wii and Wii U era? That was an extremely frustrating era, and when Nintendo basically denounced all that stuff with the Switch, and they actively wanted people to play their games online, it was like Nintendo turning a new leaf, you know? And that was very consumer friendly. Very content creator friendly as well, because like I always wanted to cover Nintendo stuff, like their newest games, but you know, during the Wii U era you'd get copyright claims for all of it, and so they de-incentivized you from playing their games online. But with the Switch they went in the opposite direction, and that was awesome. And then they did the gold coins, and then, you know, blah blah blah. But over the last few years with the Switch generation, it definitely feels like they've been taking a lot of steps backwards, and it's frustrating. As someone that has been privy to this company for, you know, most of my life, yeah, it's just aggravating. You know what's actually kind of funny about the Nintendo subject is that without Nintendo's hardware from back in the day, we wouldn't have had this game that we're playing right now. So talking about Nintendo while we're playing Doom 64 is actually fairly appropriate and fitting. Hey, Ronnie. Whew, that level is something. Whew. Alright, I think this might actually be one of our last main levels in the game, and then we go to the final level. This one is... it's a big map. It's a little confusing, too, on what you're supposed to do. But I will show you what to do. I got stuck. I do wonder how people are going to react to the Switch 2's prices. And if this is like potentially an Xbox One kind of situation where Microsoft just like completely priced their console out of the market. $500, you had to get it with Kinect. And I almost wonder if the Switch 2 is going to be in kind of a similar boat and people are just going to kind of skip on it for a while because of the cost. Microsoft, I mean, Sony did the same thing with their PS3. You know, I remember $600 for the high-end model, $500, I think, for the low end. Both Sony and Microsoft had eras where they were just kind of getting too comfortable resting on their laurels because they did so well in the prior generations. And I'm wondering if Nintendo is starting to do the same thing with the Switch 2. It'll be interesting to see how the launch pans out. Alright, so we have some more homing rockets that appear. So you just want to keep running around, otherwise you will definitely get hit by them. Yeah, like $450 just seems absurd for what you're getting. It actually, honestly, it kind of just makes me want to just buy another used Switch. Spend like $200 and get a just an original Switch again. Joe says, yeah, their philosophy changes each generation too. It's the lack of consistency that is frustrating too. Oh yeah, I totally agree. And that, a lot of that has to do with like leadership, you know, coming and going. Like Satoru Iwata passed. Rest his soul, he was an awesome guy. And then Reggie Fils-Aimé left, so Reggie's not around anymore. And honestly, like, I don't even really know who, like, the higher-ups are now. Like, aside from some of Nintendo's, you know, longest-time developers, like Miyamoto, you don't really see or hear from, like, the top head people anymore. So the face of the company is definitely different than what we've been used to over the last 25 plus years. It's kind of funny about these pinkies is if you look closely, you'll actually see them, they fall from the sky. That doesn't ever happen in classic Doom. Straight 8 says this is my favorite Doom. Hell yeah. Probably nostalgia from playing with your cousin growing up. He had an N64, you had PS1. Okay. I don't remember if there are any switches. Looks like there is. Alright, that's key number 1. And there's a door for that right here. And of course, crushers. Oh, this game, I swear. Yeah, a lot of dudes in this room. And this key just bounces all over the place. It's a little trollish. Baron says the Pinkies look like a Clay Fighter character that got axed from the game for being too goofy, even for Clay Fighter. Clay Fighter, Clay Fighter. I actually really like the first Clay Fighter on Super Nintendo. I think it's a pretty solid fighting game. Genesis version sucks though. It's so bad. Which is a bummer. I did a Let's Play on Clay Fighter a few years ago. Anyone that wants to check that out. Clay Fighter gets a bad rap, but I think the SNES version gets one unfairly. Alright, so I got all 3 keys. So now this is where like the next gimmick comes into play. And you know, the Genesis version of Clay Fighter wouldn't be bad if like the way like the blocking and collision works and all that stuff, it's just, yeah, it's brutal for all the wrong reasons. Also doesn't help that it looks like ass. Anyway, so there's going to be a series of switches we have to hit. We have to hit them in this order. So red, blue, yellow will reveal this gate. So red, blue, yellow. Red, blue, and then yellow. And there we go. There's one. Yeah, so what I want to do is actually, I need to figure out what the other combinations are. So we basically just drop back down. Alright, so this one is yellow, red, blue. Like I said, some of these levels get pretty tedious. But this is also where it's kind of like, maybe pen and paper would be nice. Did I say yellow, red, blue? I hope I did. Alright, we're going to use this. Yeah, Doom 64, the convolution. Yeah. Yeah, the thing about this game is it is overly convoluted, and it's kind of like unnecessarily so. Just, that's my point of view. I feel like Doom excels when it's more simplistic rather than complicated. You know, I have the same issue with custom WODs that people create when they're too switch focused, when they're too, you know, red, yellow, blue key focused, too stop and go focused. Like, they're just not as fun to play, basically. They get more tedious and tiresome. But, you know, again, some people like that sort of thing. They want to really take it slow and take their time, and that's just not my style when it comes to FPS. Yeah, levels like this were especially scary on the N64 version because you're like, one mistake and I'm losing a ton of health, like falling off, you know, one of those ledges. And then I die and I gotta do the whole level over again. Now, thankfully, there is an elevator, so if you do fall down, you can get back up, but it is still scary. And it's a lot easier to slip off with the old N64 analog stick. I noticed those were over there earlier. Ronnie says the first demon key is the most irritating to get. Yeah, I got the first demon key a long time ago. I think I was playing Doom 64 EX before this remaster came out. Yeah, and it was like tons of like elevators, and it's like this really boxy area. It just it seemed very frustrating. Alright, blue, yellow, red. And I eventually ended up finishing that level and I guess getting like that first key, but crap, my memory sucks. Alright, blue, yellow, red. Okay, blue, yellow, red. We did it. Yeah, when you're playing that level for the first time and you don't know the solutions, it's like, oh man, it'll take you forever to go through it. Alright, no escape. So this is another action-focused level. We got some cyber demons here. And the funny thing is, on this level, there is a way to cheese it. So these are also elevators. what I want to do is just try to get rid of all these guys just kind of lingering about. Switch back over to my rocket launcher. I'm getting hurt. Ugh, I got stuck, man. That sucks. Yeah, I totally got stuck on an object. I couldn't move. So the interesting thing about this map is that the trigger to end the level is actually the last two cyber demons. All you have to do is kill them and then the level ends. There's no like exit switch or anything. So you can cheese the last two cybers with the where you can use your chain gun, you can use the unmaker. Oh, what the fuck, man? Come on. God, that was bullshit. I didn't even know that was gonna happen. I'm sitting there using my rocket launcher, and just all these enemies spawn right in front of me. God, that's so irritating. I'm so done with this game, man. God damn. Pardon my French. Alright, let's fall down here, grab this. Sakura Blue! Crestline says the Mother Demon be a rough-looking enemy. Yeah, the Mother Demon is, it's quite tough if you don't have the upgraded Unmaker. But I've got a decent strategy for that fight. Just stay as far back as you can and just circle straight. That's basically all it is. Is that it? I thought that wall was supposed to come down. Whee! Fudge, 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 fudge. Why am I doing that? Oh, you dumbass. Getting a little stressed out. I remember this room in the N64 one, it's very distinct. I like the skybox too. There's that orange-red flame. It's pretty cool. Okay, so he's dead. So what I'm going to do is cheese these two cybers that are in here. Ronnie says, I forgot to mention that the place you work at just got a Monsters pinball machine. Oh, awesome, man. What other pins do they have? Monsters is a fun game, too. One of my friends in the scene locally has one at his place. It's cool. It's a fun game. So, if you're for some reason struggling with this part, this is all you have to do. There's one. And then the second one's there. And he can't hurt me. Like, the cracks are too thin. And that's it. No escape. And then the Absolution, which is our last normal level. Alright, what I'm going to do is switch over to my rocket launcher. So you can grab the invulnerability sphere right away. And I want to focus on the pain elementals that spawn. But because I might end up having to do this a bunch of times, I will quick save it right here. Grab this, and then we're going to start wailing on the pain elementals. We've got 3 boxes that enemies spawn from. I'm going to save my beefy ammo for the final boss. So these panels is what you would use those demon keys on that you can get from the secret levels. Honestly, it's more fun to just kill all the enemies anyway. To get rid of this pain elementals. They they keep hiding. There's one. There's two. There's three. Alright, I'm switching over to my Unmaker. Alright, so what we want to do is just stay far, far away from this thing. His homing projectiles are insanely fast. Yeah, the auto-aim for the Unmaker, it works at such long range that you can just sit back and just zap the guy from a distance. The homing projectiles will eventually give up. I'm trying to go diagonally, so I move a little bit faster. Strafe running is what we call it in Doom. This far end is really great because it's just totally open. Whereas this part right here, it's more enclosed, it's easier to get caught up on these switches. And if you want to get risky, you can go towards the middle and grab that armor. Which was a really bad idea. Oh, we got it. Yeah, if you don't stay on the move, that boss will just annihilate you. It's just the design of it. It's how it is. I like that it gave me 100% secrets, even though I don't think I actually found a secret. Oh, man. Great weapon animation. Reminds me of the default weapon in Unreal, but with a single frame. Yeah, I actually noticed that when I was using the Unmaker. I was like, oh, all they're doing is just changing the color on part of the sprite. Hey, thanks for the good job, Straight 8. I appreciate that. Good old Doom 64. That's basically it. Thanks for the GGs, everybody. I appreciate that. This is Baron's favorite enemy. Let's grab a snapshot of him. Oh, boy. Yeah, it definitely looks like a Clay Fighter reject. Yeah, the cacodemons are especially shisty in this. The animation cycle looks weird. They look jerky compared to some other enemies. I am so glad I'm not going to have to play this game again for a long time. I'm tired of looking at these enemies. You got to keep in mind, this is I've done 2 playthroughs of this in the last week, so I'm a little Doom 64'd out at this point. Man, they barely have any frames of animation. Holy crap! Wow. But they do have some cool death animations, at least. Look at his feet. Yeah, the Mancubus looks pretty goofy in this one, too. And the Cyber Demon. He's got some busted teeth. Our hero. The death animation for the multiplayer that never existed. Oh man. Alright guys, well that is Doom 64. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that playthrough. Yeah, that is it. So there are the lost levels. I am not going to play them right now. I don't know how long they take or how many there are. But maybe I'll go through that on my own time sometime. And if it's worth streaming here, maybe I'll do that. But yeah, that's Doom 64, the PC version. You know, if you haven't played this version for some reason, and you want to pick it up, you know, it's on just about any platform. You get it on Xbox One and Series X and S. You can get it on PS4, PS5, Nintendo Switch. It's on PC, Steam, obviously. And it's, I want to say it's only like $5 or $10. I forgot how much it is, but it's not expensive, and every version is basically the same. They're going to look the same and perform the same. Only benefit on the high-end console versions is they may have done like a 4K patch for it or something, as opposed to the Switch one, which is going to be like probably 1080p on Switch, I'm guessing. In docked mode at least. Portable would be 720p. But yeah, they're going to all run the same and, you know, play the same and look the same and sound the same. So it's just Doom 64. So if you want to try it out, you know, what you just saw there is pretty much what you're going to get on any platform you decide to try it on. I definitely recommend the game in bits and pieces. Don't play through the whole thing in one sitting like I just did. It's too much. You need to really like just play a couple levels at a time. It does get tedious. It does get repetitive compared to the classic Dooms. And, yeah, I mean, it's still a cool game. It's nice to run through it once in a blue moon, but it's definitely not one of those that I can just go back and play any day of the week. I always have to kind of take a break from it. It's a little bit of a grueling experience, especially when you don't know what you're doing and you're running around in circles forever. So, yeah. Alrighty, folks. Well, that is Baron's just play one map every 5 years. You'll never get through the game at that rate. Oh, yeah, not my favorite Doom. You guys already know. I've complained about it for most of the playthrough. But you know, like I said early on, I don't hate it. It's just like, I don't know. It's not as like pick up and play friendly as Doom 1 or Doom 2 are. It's just the way the level design works, and the heavy focus on getting all 3 keys and like in most of the levels in the game, and all the tight corridors with Barons and Hell Knights and all like the 90-degree turns. It's just, I don't know, it gets exhausting. I do feel like a lot of the level design is kind of uninspired compared to some other first-person shooters from the time. But, you know, it is what it is. And I know some of you guys out there just, you know, you love this game, and that's fine. Yeah. So you guys won't see me play this for a long time, if ever again. I don't know. But yeah, I do have an old playthrough where it was Doom 64 EX. Yeah, that was really neat for the time. It made the game a lot more tolerable because it introduced all the features that we have now in this remaster, like quick saving and keyboard and mouse support, things like that. But in a way, keyboard and mouse actually makes some of the other aspects, negative aspects of the game stand out even more, which is something I didn't think about 7 or 8 years ago. But now it's pretty apparent to me. It's like, oh man, so keyboard and mouse makes the game a lot easier, and thus even in a way more tedious. It's a weird phenomenon. So if you go back and play on the actual N64 with the original analog stick at 30 frames a second, it's kind of a different feeling. So maybe the next time I play through this game, I'll do it on the actual N64 and I'll do it on a dark CRT. Try to experience the game the way it was actually meant to be from back in the day. So I don't know. I'm just speculating at this point. But anyway, guys, that is going to do it for me. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you guys keeping me company and watching. And I will try to have the archive up over the next couple of days. I'll have every level time-coded so you can just skip around if you want to watch the archive. And yeah. For anyone that needs other stuff to watch, I've got, tons of stream archives and videos and stuff like that. I did just post my Aladdin Let's Play last week. So go check that out if you haven't watched it yet. Drop a comment on it. Give it the old thumbs up. That helps me. I'll have another Let's Play of Power Strike for Master System, aka Alesta, probably in the next week or two. It's already up for channel backers, so if you're a channel backer, you can go check that out right now. And then I'll have a playthrough of Master System's Rastan. That'll be over the next few weeks as well, so watch out for that. But yeah, guys, that's going to do it for me. Like I said, thanks again. I don't really have any other plans for streams at the moment. I wanted to knock out Painkillers expansion and Doom Eternals expansion and now Doom 64 because I played through all 3 of those on my new PC over the last couple weeks. So, but I don't have anything else that's longer like this that I'm already practiced at. So it might be a few weeks before I do another stream. But we'll see. So just keep an eye out, keep an ear out, and yeah, hopefully I'll see you guys again sometime soon. So, alrighty, guys, have yourselves a good day or night wherever you are out there in this sometimes hellhole of a world, and take it easy.